Good morning, good day. This is March 1st, 2021, and this is Monday to Engineer Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India to all my friends, all people around world because this talk is relevant to professional engineering, general life and quality, and its title being Civil Field Engineering designs, construction methods, contracts, AnnexSL, quality system, communication, coordination, quantity, all that, and most important, leading topic is quality, which is, I think, unequal if you think so, and it's nothing if you don't think so. It's up to you, an individual, and everyone, professional, and all those who procure materials, who procure products, and who believe in trust, who believe in God, who believe in faith. I am relating to God because there is no one better producer of quality than that power which made all us. It's not question of faith, it's question of reality. If I exist, you exist, human exists is because of that power, which power is top of everyone. We all exist due to that power's delivered materials, delivered system, and that's all universe and universes. So we have to bring into our considerations all time power of that superpower. Because without that superpower, we are nowhere, we don't exist, in fact, you can say. We don't exist without that superpower, and that is power of that superpower that we have to respect that. And if we go other way, this means we try to hide all this issue. It's not spiritual talk, it's not holistic talk. This talk is related to profession, related to life. Qualityless life means dead life. I can say if some equipment or some machine you buy for some work or some for definite and certain purpose, and you are happy, I spend this much money, I am honor this, and you are a proud owner of this. They say if you buy this means you are bought this, and you are now you have bought this, you are a proud owner. Some people write in headers on certain booklets, proud owner. Proud owner of what? Question is that. Yes, I shall call myself. I'll I'll have degree highest degree of pride with that money. Oh, sorry, that money which I spend gives me back product quality. Product is given. That means quantity is there. It should perform. It should not. It should not cheat me. It should not deceive me. If you promise me that it will perform for so many years, it should perform more than that and perform in successful way. I don't want defects in machines, born defects or manufacturing. Why should there be defects? If you are working according to quality, if you are procuring all materials in your machine, that is per quality, per requirement, and if all parts you produce and spare are assembled according to system, according to procedures, according to everything, why should machine not work, perform according to requirement? That point comes into my mind and must come into everybody's mind. Why should I wait for service? Why should I wait for this or there's a defect? Come on and repair it. Why? This means somewhere exists some lapse. Somewhere exists some ignorance. Somewhere exists some, carelessness. Whatever degree it might be, 5%, 10% lapse on system, despite there might be written quality system, written everything, but that exists, that persists. This means something has to be considered. Means why there is a lapse? You may say it's human error. Okay, fine, human error. Every time it is human error. Example, I bought once one UPS, that is not inverter, UPS for my computer. I bought it, purchases from very reputed company. That company online sold me this, and it was delivered. I was happy. Okay, very good. US has gone. In just so many rupees I paid, and I got this, and 2 years guarantee was given. Okay, fine, that's very normal. But in a couple of weeks, I think 7, 8, or 9 days, it stopped working. It stopped working. Well, I was upset. What's this? First, I was confused whether UPS was not working or there's some other system problem with my electrical supply. Well, it was later discovered there's a problem in system, and this, your uh, UPS. I called those people, they came, they didn't want to replace that, just okay, we'll repair it. You see, in just a week time or 2 weeks time, if your unit is required to be repaired, what quality is that? You see, just think of. Either you replace it and say, okay, there is a manufacturing defect and we are replacing it, fine. There's some bad piece also you think comes to you. And while they jump on Sigma 6 and they jump on quality system ISO 9000, but what's the meaning of that system if in 1 week time out of 2 years guarantee, your system requires to, I have to call you itself, it looks very awkward. In just 1 week time when you're celebrating time, I got this. Just a celebration time, okay, 1 week or 2 weeks, you got it, and somebody go, oh, congratulations, you got this, that. And within that period, it doesn't work. What is your value, manufacturer? What is your competency and consistency despite of having a name such high, I can say very international level company and very high profile company, and this happens. Means you cannot say someone is internationally or recognized or international name company. It's really international product it use. You cannot nowadays assume that. It's all drama, international, this and that. I am also international engineer, but I don't feel so because I have to work in engineering, whether I work here or there. If I am honest, I'm sincere, I'm dedicated, means I have to prove my capability. And you cannot say, just like in we say management principles, right first time every time. Generally it's saying whatever you do first time right, don't do wrong. First right, do right, first time every time. First time every time right. This means you can do first time only if you understand this, you study well, and you know ins and outs of that method. So quality is of course a question mark, and big question mark. It's not only an example I referred to you. I can give you so many examples in my career, in my life. You have to fight. For example, one time I purchased one pen, luxury pen. About this unit, I told you this was Microtech. I should freely tell name. Why should I hide? I'm not agent of those people. And then this luxury pen, this luxury pen, writing pen. It was long, long before means you can say when I expected quality. In fact, in those days when there was no ISO, there was no Sigma. Probably we are very unknown in our country. I bought one pen and I started writing with the ballpoint and didn't. It worked for some time and then it stopped. I went to shopkeeper next day. See, this is not working. What he says that producer, he did not replace immediately. That nonsense shopkeeper did not replace it immediately. So I asked him, if you go there in that company, oh, bloody hell, why should I go there? Why should I go? You give me receipt. I actually not very expensive, 10, 20 rupees, 30 rupees, I think, 30 rupees. Then he gave me a receipt and I said, I'm going to consumer forum because I cannot go to that company, let that come to the evidence. I filed a case for that one. I have to walk to court about 4 kilometers from my home, 5 kilometers. File this, means see what funny I was at that time, means I had time to go there. It was not question of money, it's not question of, it's not question of revolutionary act, but question was why you are not giving me quality product. You are getting paid, I'm paying you what your cost is, and it doesn't performance. So I think it took 6 months for that decision when it came to hearing, and that judge or that was enjoying it. So it's writing, it said, okay, maybe it's writing now, but Why, what happened? I didn't want means you know what. So well, he just wanted to close the file. So okay, get him two pen, and that's all. Means he ordered to get him two pen. I got two pen. I closed this, but I spent money. I spent time. I spent money because to file, you have to write, you have to type, then you have to photos, and then you go to court. And it all takes time and cost to fight with the system. You may be very international level company, but I don't trust any level company these days. I don't trust whosoever you are until performance is proved, until product claims that you are that one. You may be USA company, you may be British company, you may be Europe. All are different. Youth, just like you see, conduct of youth, conduct of professionals have changed. People are behind. There's a mad rush. I don't know for what. There's a mad rush of money. Everybody is behind making money, and that rush has broken backbone of quality. To be very frank. Money is everyday winning, victorious, getting victorious over quality, and because quality people don't understand, it's falling behind. It has been falling behind, even though claims are made, but those claims are futile, hollow. I can say. You can go and see whatever work you want to see because the person who does not understand what is quality, for that person even bad work is a quality. For a person who does not do anything of quality, for that even rotten vegetable is a good quality. It happens. And this is our habit. If you want to buy something very little or very little expensive, we dispute for that, we argue for that. I am buying this, it doesn't work, I can come back and give, and shopkeeper says, okay, come on, get me back. The vendor says that. Well, that's different, but we are not interested to talk of those who are in high profile. Example, if I want to buy, I will book an apartment or a bungalow, and I go to property dealer, I go to that company who's responsible for that, or you have to go to agency, some agency. You are only interested in plan of that. Oh, this is the plan of this house, and this is its its perspective, or this is its 3D view, a very colorful view. You see how you enter here, you go there. Means they will you will attract you in such a way that you are, oh, so beautiful it is, and that beauty, you do not understand the superficial beauty. That's not solid beauty, and you are misled and you are attracted to that product and you book it without even thinking how much you are going to pay for that. Maybe millions, many millions, but you do it and you are happy that I am getting that beautiful product. But you are not concerned with the reality of that. The reality is that it is product of construction, it is product of structure. It is structure that is very important in those buildings, in those products. Just like it's very important in a car, if engine, what engine is used, means what power of engine is, what BHP or IHP that engine is got. Nobody asks this. Once I was just to buy for my sister one car, I went booking of this, it was Tata Motors, Tata. I went there, my sister was watching, oh, what color it is and what seat it is and how it performs. But I asked this vendor's representative, tell me about engine, what horsepower engine is. That person was surprised and told me first time somebody asked that question. What about engine? What is BHP or IHP of engine? He told me this much is horsepower. And well, with that horsepower, he told me, I was not moved. It was okay, fine. In car, you don't excel more than this. That much horsepower. And he told me, in our country at least, because I used many branded cars in overseas when I worked. I had information about cars because I drove Doha, Qatar. I drove other countries as well. So I know what was when you buy a car, you completely see specifications. Otherwise, you are not a good buyer, I can say. If you buy a car or you buy something, other equipment or other utensils, or you can say appliances, in fact, if you buy some appliances, if you may, it is your duty to at least go through specifications. But you don't read specifications, you only read means just how it performs, how it works, and that attractive videos these days you find on those advertisements, and you are attracted to buy that without even going through specifications and power consumption of those equipments. That's very important to understand and know in this world. If you are at least engineer, if you are, it's your duty. You defy your own profession if you don't go through that. So you should know what actually basics behind that. What is maybe those specifications are futile, but at least information you get, and that you can claim later on. So you promise this, but it's not happening. It's not performing that way. If you have documents of that specification, you see this specification, and you fight with those people. Why it's not giving this much? But it's only applicable when you are serious, not because you enjoy colors, beauty, attraction, shape, and all that. That is altogether different aspect. Vistas and aestheticism, aesthetic aspects are different, but we are not talking about aesthetics. We are talking about structures. Same way as I referred to you about buying a house or a flat, you don't ask promoter or builder or someone else who talks to you on that what structural drawing are there, how you are what methods you are using. In fact, there is no engineering person in sales, and you cannot ask anything. But you ask, they will show you some document. Okay, no, it's best in world. I don't know what's best in world. They will say, oh, it's better than European designs. It's better than this. Then one person long back asked me, oh, see this design. I was a mechanical engineer. Of course, my colleague says, oh, this is English design house. I asked him, what? What do you mean by that? Is this English design house? I asked him, what is English design? Means only speaking, he didn't know what is English design or what is non-English design in housing. There is no such English design or Hindi design or Urdu design. There is no such design. It is design only. It's planning only. It's only space use. You cannot say this is Western or this is Eastern. This is Far Eastern or this is that. Means people just make them out just to sell their product to innocent people who have no idea about what they are talking means, what they are listening to, and what this vendors represent are talking to them. And they are, a narcotism of import item, as it we had when I was a child. Oh, this is imported item, as if this is miraculous or this is imported item. Could not understand why. If it is imported, what's the difference? Is same still not used here, which we used to use there? Well, specifically, they think if foreigners make it, it's wonderful, it's miraculous, and we make it means always, your value is always lesser than value of unknown, because we didn't know what's foreign, what is foreigner, and we just believed in what people used to say. So that was different kind of world at that time, but now times have changed. People have been educated. They can understand difference between quality and quantity. They can understand difference between what is spoken, what is performed, and what is specified. So world has changed. Drastically it has changed. But world has changed. People haven't understood. They have not understood. Still they do not believe in quality. I am a civil engineer. Sometimes people come to me who have help, and I try to help them. But when I try to raise questions about what they have done, they feel annoyed, they feel uneasy. Why are you creating problem? Why are you asking us this? I don't know how to help people. I can't say how to help people. I have seen many cases where your engineering becomes zero, and engineering by those people who don't have any idea of engineering, that becomes absolutely working for common people. For common people, building is building, and more than that, a common citizen does not understand anything. If you tell about bending moment, shear force, deflection, buildings movement, they don't want to listen anything. For them, it is beautiful building, It is architecturally beautiful, finish is beautiful, comfortable, and that's enough. Means they don't want to, they can spend millions on just aesthetic of building. They don't want to worry about the structure, despite structure is more important always. But those people are, because they have not seen, and then structures don't collapse every day or don't fail every day. And there are very rare cases in life structures fail. It's not very common, in fact. Even if a building is designed properly or not designed properly, structures keep on moving until some exceptional cases, of course. But life of structure is impacted upon, which these people cannot understand. It happens, means I can't blame one or two. I have many of such references with me, cases with me, where people do not bother about quality and then they blame engineers later on. Means today you don't accept what engineer says, and later on you will say, oh, see, engineer did not take care of this, engineer did not check quantity of cement, engineer did not do this and that. You all put blames on engineer while you don't hire engineers. In fact, a company, oh, see, engineers are thieves, engineers are, some engineers do corruption or involved in corruption. It doesn't mean engineers are corrupt. You can't say that. Contractors are corrupt. You can't say that. It is you who do not care, who do not do your duty as citizen of this country. It's you. If there's bad quality, bad work somewhere, how many people go and complain about that? No one. Contractor knows this, builder knows this, everybody knows this. If you see something bad happening and you want to help your nation, it's your duty to at least file a report of bad quality. But no, nobody would do, I'm not concerned with this, why should I worry? Yes, you are not concerned with this, but later on you would say, see this, it's engineer's problem, it's contractor's problem. They will say contractor is dishonest or engineer was dishonest. Such comments will be passed. But self responsibility, if I suggest something to someone, they don't listen to, unfortunately. I still remember one case, one person came to me for UP certification that he had some old factory built in working, but there was a certification required, a stability certificate of the factory. He asked me, I had one engineer who has left now. I know you are an engineer and you just help me where help you want. You just see, you have to write only that this factory is stable and safe. You just write that and my work will do. I will give you more of them. I say, my dear, first of all, without going to site and seeing this, I cannot do that. Forget it. Okay, I'll take you there. Not take you there, you have to provide me all assistance. And first of all, give me that file, I want to see what's that file. And he was not happy with my response, and he just wanted I should just write something, what language that department wanted, and sign it, and that's all. Take your money, take your fee. So I never accept such assignments, though I don't get jobs, no problem. But these fake assignments, these fictitious jobs, maybe some people do, I don't object them, it's their right. But this is fake. How can you write something, oh, this is stable, without knowing anything about that? So this is disturbing, in fact. A statutory requirement or a regulatory requirement is made a fun. This means there is some regulation that retrofitting, or you can say stability is demanded at some interval of time, it's good. But is it formality only? Point is that it's formality. So quality aspect is defeated. It was quality aspect that there's a requirement, you have to certify through someone that this building is stable. I can tell you many cases as such, but I'm not going to tell you all that because this doesn't help. My scope is different. I am discussing about quality and quality everywhere. And also one more example which is very, very, interesting as well. And many times I have already spoken about. And that is That is, you can say, one of my known, very well known, means the too close, came to me. He had some plot in Gurgaon in NCR. He wanted to construct that. He came to me with drawings. See, these are my drawings. I got this approved through architect. I paid architect this much sum, but now I demanded that person, architect, to get me structural drawing, and that person says you have to pay this much more. Then I thought, my friend is there. Why not take this help from him? I came to you to help. Please help me about this. I said, no problem. I will help you. He got these drawings to me and I read. I said, the drawings are not right. These are defective. Oh, I don't know. He says, I don't know. You have to understand. You have to do for me. I don't know. I have disconnect. I know relations with that working with architect. Stopped. I paid him. It was squared out. This is Huda approval. And okay, this is approval, but this plan is not correct. First of all, this stair is not correct. It's not, it's copy paste stair, not real one. And other is lift you are using in this house. Yes, I am. Yes, I am going to use lift. Can you tell me which company lift you are going to use? What size of that? Oh, I don't know. He did not even talk about lift. He did not talk to any vendor. But this plan has been passed. Okay, plan has been passed. Authority is not responsible for this. You are responsible. This is your house. And now you come to me, you give me name of that company, you give me information, whatever you want to do. You are not happy with that response. And I ask him, I have to go to your site to see soil, or you get me soil report. Oh, Sylvia, no need of soil report. It's very good soil. And I told him it's John 4 seismic area. It's very, very risky. Oh, he was not serious about John 4 or whatever number of John it is. He just wanted, he told me that as a contractor, his experience, he's working for me. All right, very good. And that contractor says, I will put some sand below foundations. So it will take care of earthquake resistance. Oh my God. What sort of people do we have in our country? Means he has every solution before my question was raised. You see, I'm an engineer, I want to help you. How can I help you? I can help you only for a structure, not you as a person. And if I see something, I'll point out, because I am new to this. I've not done this design. Somebody else's design. So if I want to help you, I cannot help you blindly. I have to think on what you have done. I have to investigate what your design is, and I have to do a lot of work on that. Before committing, I'm going to produce a structural detailing of this. So he has a seismic response with some sand. He said, do you accept that this is right? He asked me. I told him, what you are talking of? I don't know. No, he's a contractor. He says, a soil report will also give same thing which he is talking of. Soil report would say, you put sand below foundations, and that's okay. My God, what sort of people do we have in this country? I don't know. Then he said, I said, I will not do that much. If that contract runs away, I said, runs away or doesn't run away, that's different. What is that contractor? Oh, he is very experienced person. Okay. So you believe in him? Yes, I believe in him. Then why did you come to me? No, I come to you for structural help. Oh, I'll help, no problem. But a structure can't be helped like this. That person, actually, the contract that he put in was a return from Saudi Arab. I asked him, what is his role there? What is his role? He said, he's an electrical person. Oh my God, another surprise. Electrical person, electrical foreman. He's working as civil contractor. What a combination, believe me. What a beautiful combination. So I thought that this person is a fraud. Fraud, I mean to say, just want to waste my time. That's okay. If you give me these details, I can move forward. I have to go to site and see how soil is this and that. Means he was very much annoyed. Means I came to take your help, but you are putting me in tension, this and that. you may consider this tension, but this is my coordination. Without doing, without understanding fully what I have to do, what this job says, I cannot help you. He says, no, I will supervise myself. Okay, it's up to you. And he said that I don't want perfect building, I don't want zero defect building. And this is your terminology. I don't know what is zero defect building or what is not zero defect building. It's your baby, I don't know. But if you want me help you, I need all this information. I'll go to site, I'll check their sulfur soil. If you cannot do this, then why you're wasting your time? You do whatever you want, it's your building. I'm not sorry for that. You are close to me, that's fine. And I worked also on that, but that person did not provide any information. So this happens, people are crazy, I think. They are misled. And also recent case, one of my sister's home, I can say my real sister, even sisters and your siblings don't listen to you. That happens, your relations don't listen to you. This is surprising. Means if you suggest them, they do their way. They remain in panic. They want short answer, and they do this. There was a building which is 3 floors. I designed that building in 2000, I think 2001 or two. Yes, 2002. It was designed and constructed, completely framed building. Framed building, that is, framed not only in superstructure foundations, also completely beam frame building, which is, not isolated footing, I can say. It's integrated beam bases, beams, crossways, both connecting column or connected columns, and beams means damper below and what a beam which takes load, forces and everything. So it's complete three-dimensional floor. Then they wanted to add one floor to that. I told them, okay, it's now a very old building, about 20 years back or 18 years back. So you can add some light floor onto that. But it's not that way. But they want to know. I told them I would do it. But I will not use this stairs to go further up. Because there's no such provision in this design, in this construction. You have to take another stair inside, then I can help you. But they were not happy with that. They said no, we brought some builder, some contractor, and he says he can do it. I told him, do not tell me all this. It's your house, you want to do it, but I'm not with you. I'm not going to help you. Don't even discuss with me. If you believe in those stupid contractors and builders who do not know anything about engineering, you believe them and you don't believe in a person who is educated and qualified in engineering. So do your say. Don't tell me all this. I was very angry with that. These people understand nothing, and because some contractor misleads them, some bloody builder, you can say bloody promoter, misleads them. And they are misled. They believe that person, just like that person believes electrician, electrical foreman, to build a house. This happens. Means people abuse people. You have nothing to do with civil. You are electrical. Go and do electrical work. You are going to take risk for others' life. Why? If something happens, building is unevenly settled or collapses, who is responsible? That person will die. Occupants will die. It's not your profession. You don't know anything about this. Same thing I told. You don't understand anything. What I explained to you, this is frame building. There's so many considerations have been made. I explained to you. You don't understand. What can I do? I did not touch. They're constructing that way. I don't mind your house. Every house is not according to my desire, my calculation. World is big. So you marry my sister, doesn't matter. I don't help you. Finish. You do whatever you want to do. So what I'm saying is, people are crazy. Why should I help them if they don't want to help? It's up to them. I told him, you talk to me anything, but don't talk to me about this building. And if you listen to me, if you follow me, I can help you. Or don't talk to me. It's your building. You spoil it or don't spoil it. It's up to you. What can I do? I did work at that time with complete devotion. Now you are going to break it. Break it in a sense that you don't understand how to do it. You want to just add one floor without any thinking. Okay, do it. How can I stop you? I'm not going to stop you. So, my dears, this happens. This is life. Quality is not easy. People are not interested in quality actually. People are interested only in money. If someone says, "Oh, I'm not going to get any help. I have two rooms in this area. I don't want one room. I'm going to spend this money. And if I get one room only, there's no use." So you are interested only use of that area, not in stability of that area. You do not understand that it is you only who will stay in that, and if something happens to you because of structural failure in future, you have to suffer, not someone else. This point people don't realize, they don't understand. And that's a tragedy here, and not maybe not only here. I think many other countries they understand what is problem, how it should be resolved. But in our country, everything is very much over enthusiastic. People do not know anything, but they act over smart. And I have many such instances in my life. Unfortunately, I could not be successful in practicing engineering here in our country because of such issues. Everything is available in papers, but it's not done. It's not done. That's why I'm concerned with quality. It's all part of quality. Means I cannot say coordination is not part of quality. Coordination, communication, arrangements, methods, contracts, construction, design, all these sub-disciplines require quality input. And if you do not provide quality input, I can say we do not do justice to ourselves. We do not do justice to ourselves. That is defective lead in profession. Money is one part in life, but money is not every part in life. If you do not do justice to your job, your justice to yourself, your soul won't be happy with you. You shall always feel a pinch in yourself. I made that mistake. I should not have done that. All time to come in life, that defect consolidated in a soul shall remain there and tease you all time, and it works. That defect works. So it's better to be clear from every point of view. I I want jobs, I want money, everybody wants money. But money by false statements, money by making false statements or telling lies to people or ill advising people, I don't accept that because that doesn't work in long term. I can say, okay, I will do this for you. A 20 years old concrete cannot be touched. Structure it is. But people do not care. They want convenience. They don't want a real work. They don't care where center of gravity of building goes, how bending moments are transferred. They are not at all concerned because it's not their fault. They are not aware of that. How many people understand bending moment, shear force, deflections? They don't understand. For them, building is standing and that's good. I have somebody, my sister said, "Oh, I can take 2 or 3 floors on this." You told me. I didn't tell you that. She assumed because people tell her, "Oh, you can take 5 more stories on this." People are crazy. What can you do with that? You know, you have 3 stories already done, and people say you can take 3 or 4 more stories on this because they do. This is, everybody is engineer. Everybody knows everything here. Only engineers don't know. I can say that. Engineers are not engineers, but those people who never studied engineering, who never understand engineering, they know everything. One time I remember one person came to my home with some of my own friends, and he knew something. He was concerned in Delhi, something like that. So he first time came to my house, and he started seeing house I constructed. And said he knew that I was engineer. because my friend doctor told me this person is my engineer civil. So that person said, there's a basement below. I told, oh, I know this is a basement, that's why this floor is higher. And he watched, view houses, and oh, this can be done only by engineer, others can't do it. And he said immediately, others can't do it. I was saying, no, this is because a span in our drawing room, span between column to column, you can say, this is about 11 meter or more than 11 meter. And 11 meter is not very small span if you consider residential homes. Yes, it can be in sheds, it can be in assembly halls, even up to 18 meters, 20 meters spans I've seen in assembly halls, in schools even. So 11 meter is quite a considerable span if you consider residential building and drawing room. And also I did not provide any column to stair waste, and I hang that one from beam of slab. Means support was there but not visible, you can say. A different one, and different type of arrangements of steps, very little riser, only 125 mm, which is comfortable one for old people. Because if you reduce riser, number of steps are increased, and when number of steps are increased, number of treads are increased, and number of treads means you have to take more space in that area for your stair. So like this happens when I build my house. I did soil investigation myself, not by some laboratory. I just wanted to know conduct or behavior of soil, and by chance I was at that place for 6 months due to some reason. I washed every day of soil conducted. I mixed in water and see what percentage approximately clay or silt were there, sand were there. So there was time for that. So later on decided that this is clay soil. This won't be suitable for foundation of this building. So I decided to improve this soil, and of course I had to do basement in that. Basement was there in designs, means already we had to go down more than, you can say, 4 meters down, more than 4 meters or 5 meters, 14 or 15 feet excavation was to be done. So we said, okay, I'll replace layer below foundation, and we did that. What I did, I removed that clay soil at that point about 30 centimeter, which is nominal and which is good for some reason. So we compacted that and we removed that one soil. We placed stone aggregate, 300 depth. Then voids of those stone aggregate 20 mm nominal size are filled with further 12 mm, or you call it finer sizes. You can say jira, you call in our jira means nominal 12 mm size aggregate. And then whatever voids were left, we filled with dust and watered and compacted. So it was, you can say, a kind of graded layer, or you can say engineered mix. Of course, with no cement. We did not use any cement in that because of it's like road macadam, waterbound macadam. It's that like not exactly macadam, but like that. So that is a kind of graded fill. You can say graded engineered fill, which could act as a good base for foundations, or you can say formation layer for foundation. And of course, it's kind of porosity doesn't exist in that. There's no porosity in that, but permeability works, and even the water comes below foundation due to whatever reason, water soil mobility, and that can flow freely through that around all of it. So that was only specific improvement necessary. Then we followed in designs of that foundations. I did not allow any any independent footing, or you can say any other design like usually people do. I just created beams foundation, a framework of horizontal beams both ways, and it's like you can say continuous without any break, joining all columns, x-axis, y-axis both ways, and width of that beam was 40 centimeter or 400 mm, and depth was 120 mm, and with at bottom formation level 20 or 200 mm projection this end and 200 projection on other end. So we just designed beam all way and all area built up together, keeping center of gravity normally with all that captain view with little tolerance, little variation, not much torsion, and I used all skin reinforcement, all real main reinforcement, and also you can say we did that, and also below that I put one water tank RCC inside one zone so that water remains stored in that tank from ground supply, and then from that tank it will be pumped to roof tanks. It is a little complicated keeping abreast a residential status of building, but no brick or no stone was used in foundations and basements. And retaining walls I included retaining walls around, no brick wall, no stone wall, and concrete is laid in whole area between beams, and these were filled in not by soil, but first all waterproofing tape grid application carried out on internal and external sides of foundations, and also bottom and sides of everywhere whatever was in contact with soil, all surfaces were treated with waterproofing material, and that time we used tape grade, or you can say polymerized cement. Specific technical word is polymerized cement, and polymerized means plastic layer formed by cement on all the surfaces as well as in water tank. So you can say retaining walls in place of stone walls. So whole foundation is concrete, whether it is flooring or its wall, whatever, all structural mechanism, that one. And then basement and above floors did. So column sizes were according to where 11-meter more spans existed. I think I remember it took 110 or 100 actually, I don't exactly remember. Maybe 100 1 meter length or 40 1 meter length and zero point 0.4 meter or 1100 you can say by 400 main columns, and then also 600 by 400 columns where span was less. And I provided complete reinforcement according to designs, and also slabs, diaphragms, built-in double mesh of steel. I mean not mesh reinforcement at spacing of 15 centimeter, 8 mm dia. All slabs are lower level, lower layer and upper layer, and I converted all into a kind of duct, a kind of beam you can say, if not duct, a kind of beam, thin beam with still in compression zone as well as in tension zone. Also all beams were designed similarly according to calculations, and all framing was designed based on Kani's contribution method, and I was happy with that. Or at least I infilled some of my knowledge into that building. But if I did same thing for that building I talked of in sisters, but now they have done conventional work, it means illiterate work, raising I think slab, first walls and then columns. So they have changed that framing which is flexible, and they have changed it on top floor by making it rigid, so that freedom to that framing to vibrate and vibrate and dampen has been now reduced. So whatever resistance it had before this floor opposing or resisting seismic forces, that has gone out now. I cannot call that building now as seismic resistant to that level. Now it's very rigid, and that rigid at top, which is going to take maximum sway. So you can say that this is neither now a seismic resistant building nor otherwise. So this is a spoiled structure. You spoiled 3 stories freedom by adding 1 story. You stupid construction, I can say, mindless construction, irresponsible construction. Well, you may say I'm saying because it's not, I do not do. No, that's not me. Even if I do or somebody else does, one should not spoil existing structures. Okay, those who use this, they have different approach, but we have to consider every point. That is where I differ with others. Those say that now you tell me what you do in such a case. I had also same problem in my house, which I see that we did it first time only 10% area of, I think, 10 or 25% area where we constructed. I was not here. One of my friend architect, I just gave responsibility to him, and he did not do what drawings I provided to him from foreign, but he did his way, and I was very upset with that. I did not even, I stopped even talking to that person for an association more than you can say. It was more than, yeah, I can say it is, if you start with 85, it's more than 15 years association was lost with that person, was an architect, but he did not listen. I always solved his problems. He has created problem for me. One time he was constructing one extension building or adjacent building in one temple. And because architects have no structural background. So he came to me once. He always used to come to me for wherever I was trapped. And I went with him to see what was problem. He could not explain to the homes. I went with him. He said, this is problem. I want to extend this building, but how can I do? There's no way of any arrangement of columns to connect with this building. I told him, no problem. This is okay. This can be done, but you have to stop this contract first. He said, why? It's working. You give him details, he'll continue. Oh no, this is not way. It takes time. And I which year I'm talking of now. This was, I think, maybe somewhere between, exactly can't say, 89, 90. Yes, it was somewhere 90, I think. Yes, around 90s. In 90s it was. I told him, well, you do your way. I can't. You stop him and I will design it first. He said, no, use some thumb rules. People know thumb rules. You must be knowing. See, I am not, first of all, I have no thumb and no thumb rules. Sorry. If you want to do your way, then please, I'm going. I want at least 4 days for this to design, because in those days there was no computer. There was no the computers, and we had to do everything manual, and that from first principles. And I said, okay, fine, take time and do it. I said, whatever I design, you have to do that. However difficult is that, you have to do that. If you can, I'll spend time. I know I'm not going to get any money from that. He's my friend. So I provide you rectangular footing, rectangular combined footing. Because there is no other way. You have no way. You have to add, you have to combine columns, and that's the only way to solve that problem. and we solved it. Of course, I don't know, but he did it. He told me. I was not on site. One of his friends later on came and he told me about that. Some known friend came saying, "Oh, how you did it?" Means he also could not understand. So he said there was my friend is MIE. MIE. Oh, he's expert and he did that. So there's no question of expertise here. It's a combined footing requirement, and we provided combined footings there with 5 leg bars and 8 legs bars. It's general when you provide 12 legs bar. I'm sorry, not 5 legs bar. 5 means say you can say 8 legged and 12 leg bars, rings. You can say 8 leg ring and 12 leg rings according to standard designs of rectangular footings in those days. And also there are so many more examples we can take care. What happens is people do not bother about designs of structures. Usually in this part of country, and I say all parts of country, you can say, everybody is expert. They are standard rented shutters, and they don't want to change dimensions of columns. They don't want to change dimensions of beams. They have their standard rented formworks, and they want to stick to that only. Because why to vary sizes? If you take different sizes, then you have to buy your material and do it. Yes, I did that in my house. I bought plywood, I bought timber, I bought scantlings, everything, and I designed myself. Okay, at least this is a building where I have to do 270 cubic meter concrete, which is means you have a lot of covered area. Covered area is more means you can repeat. You can repeat your plywood, you can repeat your form, and don't depend on your timber supports. Procure steel jacks or whatever other system. That time I procured props on rent, and there was couple of system, and I constructed this building in 2008, 9, and 10. So I people, even if after you force them, you direct them, people are not very pleased. Workers are not very pleased because they are trained. They are not trained in that, so it's not their fault as well. I can say everybody is smart in this world, like we are, you are. We think we are, you think you are. We are smart, smarter. But how smart we are, your work tells, your performance tells what level of smartness do you have. So keeping all these points and whatever happened in my past also, I could not find ordinary people serious about construction, and sometimes I don't care for clients then. Means no way, you waste your time. And I think this is reason that engineers are not very successful in practice of engineering, because engineer is always crude person, rough person. Civil engineer is generally considered rough, not very polished, not very diplomatic, because it is work that is more important rather than being diplomatic or being polite. What do you mean by being polite? I don't understand. Because you have to deal with all resources such as human resources, machines, and people. You have to get work from those people who are not university graduates, but they are technical people. They work hard, they understand. They don't understand your, sweet words. They believe in harsh treatment because they themselves are used to hard work. And if you all time be in a mood that, oh, I have to be diplomatic, I have to be, no, you can't be. You can't be. Civil engineering profession means you are a rough person. You are not up to date. You are not very well dressed. Or, of course, you are very hardworking, but people do not think that you are an officer. It's like that. You are a dusted person, face is in dust and clothes in dust, and maybe cap or helmet in dust, and your shoes are dirty. So, civil engineer equal to dirty engineer, you can say. This is saying, I say, oh, I'm a civil engineer, means you are friend of dirt, you are friend of cement, you are friend of aggregate, you are friend of shouting, you are friend of fighting, you are friend of aggression. This usually happens, and that's fact. In one interview, I still remember uh, somebody asked me, how aggressive you are. I said, I'm so aggressive that I can fight with you also there. I can fight with you also. I will not fight with others. First, I will fight with you. And that person was very much impressed that you have that stamina, you can fight with management. Okay, fine. And he approved me. See, it's not fighting for you in person. I'm not going to fight with you in person. I'm going to be aggressive for project, not for me. It's your resource, it's your company, it's your money, it's your project. And when I fight with you means because you are making some mistake. You are not listening. And that's why I want to open your eyes. And that is through fighting, through aggressive nature. And if civil engineer is not aggressive, who is aggressive? Tell me. If civil engineer doesn't work in aggression, who shall work? See, taking work from those people who have never been to school or to college, they know work, they know hard work, they know tools work, and they can do work. You cannot deal with them in normal way. But they are all brothers. I am not saying that. You are their brother or your parent probably. You have to deal accordingly. If your children do not listen to you, what you do? If your brothers and sisters do not listen to you, what you do? You have to think it's a family. Means one person doesn't work on site means some impact on site. If 20% do not work, some impact on site. If you find generally the people are not working, who will pay for them? From where the money would come? All these points count. You can't take them lightly. Can't be. So value comes in from there. Your quality criteria comes from there. This all system quality, system, all this counting quality. I cannot tell lies to people. I should not. I should tell them facts. That if you do not do this, there's no use of doing this. Okay, if they ignore, let them ignore. Nothing I'm losing. They will suffer later on. You cannot help them because they won't listen to you. They are having money, they want to spend money. They want to use your services if your services suit them. And if your mind, your services do not suit them, they condemn you, they overlook you. This happens. But don't be upset. It's nature of people. Means you can't force someone to listen to you. My sister could not listen to me. And also when I helped them 20 years back, she didn't listen to me. Means they were more interested in contractor, they were more interested in others' advices, but not what I said. It happens. So you can't change people. Your sister may be, your brother may be there, but they don't know what is engineering. It's not their fault. And they don't know and they do not know because you talk engineering and you don't talk way they want. They will suffer only when there's something wrong. They will suffer. Let them suffer. What to do? If people are not ready to listen, it's better let them suffer. Of course, it would be too late, but what can I do? I can only suggest, I can only advise. And if you say, no, that person is saying this, alright, then don't come to me. If you believe in that person whom you do not know, you know me, you don't believe me, you know that person, or don't know what, you believe because somebody says he's a contract is working like. Okay, you believe in that, it's not my problem, it's your problem. So what I'm saying is, it's a different aspect, it's a different world. Whole society is different. And it's not here alone. You go to other countries, you can go to Gulf countries, normal citizens do not know quality. They don't understand. They would say, ah, the mazboot and kullu strong means very good, mazboot, strong. What they want to say, ah, everything is in this fine, is kullu sugar mazboot. And all work is strong, all work is good. They mean to say, they can't speak, I don't know what they speak in their language, but they mean to say they speak majboot, or means everything is fine there in the clothes, quality as well. But again, same, civil engineering is understood by physical work, and what work they see on site, for them that is civil engineering, design or planning or quality, all this, they do not know anything. They may say, oh, cement, he did not use quantity of cement, and that's why this cracks happen, that's why this happened, and that's why this happened. Only that limited knowledge they have, not more than that. That's what we have to be clear about, we have to think about, and how this works, how this doesn't work. It's very important point. My purpose is not to do criticism for someone. I just try always to express my inner to you, because we have to know facts. And I can say that I am a failure to deal with people, you can say. Complete failure I am. I don't know how to deal with people, and you may call it that I don't know diplomacy. Yes, I accept that. I don't know diplomacy. And really speaking, I don't want to know myself. Because diplomacy is fictitious. Diplomacy doesn't mean anything. It's only international level diplomacy, otherwise there is no diplomacy. Civil engineering is full of aggression, full of uncertainties, because whatever information we have about project, it's not necessary that's true. That's based on very few assumptions and very few percentages. When we investigate soil, we don't investigate whole site. We investigate at some point and we form our opinion. But we also know that soil is not uniform everywhere. It's not uniform in the same site. At this point, it is giving this property, maybe 10 meters away from here, it may be giving some other property. That could happen. But we have to assume, okay, this bore pit we are taking, or this pit we are going to use for bearing capacity, this is assumed to be all here, or 1 feet or 2 feet, you can say, depending on size of it. But that's uncertain. Results are uncertain, and it's not possible to do site or directly, when you excavate it thoroughly, massively. At that time only you have to take, you have to test it thoroughly, test it, and then you have to decide. So it's very, very different composition of work, composition of life. Well, I'll just take a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes for something and come back. My dear friends, whatever I have experienced in civil engineering, particularly in construction of buildings, I'm just trying to share with you, so that if you are in same field, you can avoid mistakes, or you can benefit. You can benefit out of experience, because I have many good or bad experiences, both, and everybody must have that. All experiences cannot be good, as well as all experiences cannot be bad or good, or you can say experience is experience, whatever it is, and we have to accept that fact. And if we don't accept that fact, we cheat ourselves. Finish, no way out. Oh my God. By walking forward. See what's happening to me. So, my dear friends, I am back again talking to you about that subject of quality. And quality is not anybody's baby, it is a requirement. And if you don't respect quality, quality will not respect you. Very simple. We have to be on some understanding about quality, and if you don't understand that, you are a ghost. Means you can't achieve that. You can never achieve that because quality requires hard work. It doesn't require blind work. Now, in last time, uh, yesterday I think we are talking of ISO 9001 and EPC contracting facilities, buildings construction, and Annex. We're talking of AnnexSL. AnnexSL, which is structure language, high level structure language, and we had reached some point that was, I can say, I think it was something 60 or more, I hope. But let us say 55, let us say 57. If you go there, degree of competency, yes, it was somewhere there, so I shall move further. I think in degree of competency then is operations, and operations, I have to go. We are somewhere. I remember I was about company, then company, EPC contractors, life camping preparation. Well, I think I missed something there, is it? I think I need to go back. Post award of EPC contract company. Company, prime contract negotiation. Company receives bids. EPC bidder contractor. So bidder receives all bids, documents. So that is over, and we have to stay here. Company receives bid. Now here we are. Company receives bid. I think we are here. Now, till now, we talked of other issues, how bidder prepares bid, and what points are considered in that. Now, stage comes when company has received that bid, and here company means client. In fact, it's not company registration, it's different one. You can say it is organization where, or you can say this is a department, you may say this is government, you may say, or this whatever you can say, where owner means company, operator means company, and this is that one. Now it says company receives bids, means EPC contractor has submitted bid to company, and what company shall do now? That's what we are going to discuss. Now it says company opens and scrutinizes received bids. Company opens it and it starts recognizing, it starts scrutiny on that bids and commences negotiations with lowest pricing bidders. This is general. Now it says company opens technical bid. Technical bid, you know what is technical bid? Bid, complete bid without pricing, it's called technical bid. It has complete technical backup, it has complete documentation, it has complete statements that what way, how, or you can say execution method statement. It is built in, it's fit in, all resources, all ways, understanding of project, and how shall we do it. all what is our strength, what is our specialization, all that is given, is packed in technical bit. Then this company goes through all details, and those details, and then it says whether or not this comply with bid requirements, because there's some bid requirement and technical bid must fit in there. Technical bid must prove, must state that you understand project. Not only that you understand project, but also that you can do it because of your execution statement. So this is technical backup. And if you are technical, then we can talk of other points of commercial. If technically you are not sound, means we do not need discuss further. This is meaning of technical bid. Even sometimes we submit technical and commercial bid together, but commercial bid is not open first. Technical bid is open. And sometimes they say only you submit technical bid only, and then you qualify technical bid, then only you can submit commercial bid. It depends. So technical bid is very important, because if you do not know how to do this job, well, there's no meaning in talking to you. That means that if you are not technically sound, if you don't understand this job, this project, then there is no fun in talking to you, there is no result, or there is no fertility in talking to you. So this means we reject you based on technical submission, because you do not know what you have to do. There's no meaning in talking to you. It is specialization, it's project. You must understand this first. Then we say report as reports prepared by company to ensure degree of conformity with bid requirements. Means your documents would suggest, maybe you are called in also to make sure that you understand bid. You have not missed any point to understand that. And if you have missed by chance and even you are submitting it, you are going to, means that is different case, but nobody wants to lose in this life, in profession or contractorship or some other. Degree of conformity with bid requirements is very important. Your submission meets 100% or meets, qualitatively, it meets 20% or it meets 90%. That factor should be understood. Then after being satisfied by technical bid, commercial bid is opened and ensured its conformance to bid conditions. This means once you qualify technical bid, only then you will be qualified for negotiations of bid or pricing, announcement of bid. Whether you are shortest or highest, lowest or highest, cannot say now. And moreover, it's not only price that is a final factor. The final weight, which is its combination of technical bid and price, that would weigh with each party who are involved in bid. And then bidder is called for negotiation. Means after being satisfied by technical bid, commercial bid is opened and ensured its conformance to bid conditions. Bidder is called for with negotiations. Now what happens? Company prime contractor negotiations. Now see, negotiation is something people understand mistakenly. Means the negotiation means we are going to involve in this, but we want some corrections in your proposal, or maybe some points are overloaded. We want to bring them to right loading. Overloaded, I mean to say, sometime we calculate price and we load that much unduly. We just put load of price on some item which looks like it's overload. Depends, but when you have total price, means total price is more important. We call it fixed price or lump sum price. That price itself tells how much you know about this bid. lowest price is not 100% criteria to decide about bid, because we have to be careful that if price is wrong, if price is not justified, you cannot complete project. That's also very true, which we should understand. Price can be one part, but it's not absolute part. It's not absolute that you may say, oh, this is my price and you should be happy with that. That point doesn't work. Technical and price both are together. So as an engineer, suppose I go through that bid, your technical bid, because I know project, I am engineer, I know what project I have notified or bid I was notified, and I can immediately, going through bid, can say that you miss some points or you don't miss some points. It's my duty at that time, though I have given conditions that it's your duty. Yes, it's their duty as contractor, but it's my duty also as an engineer, that as an engineer it's my duty as well to make sure that your bid is competent, your bid is consistent, and if I find it's not, then it's my fault. I can say my fault. I did not give due care, scrutinizing your bid state, and I should point out, being honest, that you have missed that. You have missed that. They must know, because if it's duty of contractor, it's also duty of engineer to make sure that all items, all provisions have been covered. But sometimes it doesn't happen because they think it's the responsibility of contractor or bidder. Alright, that's right. But it's not exclusive responsibility of them. And if due to this, say, they don't do job completely, they miss something or they cause some dispute, your project will hang. That point must be made very clear to everyone. We people are short-sighted sometimes. We don't understand facts. We don't take every point into consideration. It's very easy to blame others. It's very easy to lament others. See, you did not take into your consideration this point. All right, but you should not forget that everybody is not equally intelligent and consultative. Everybody is not thorough. Everybody is not competent like you may be. And because you are an engineer, you are responsible for that project. You are more serious. A person who is contractor himself doesn't do that. Contractor owner himself doesn't involve in making bids or in making details. It's their employees. And you can't say, okay, it's responsibility of contractor, but it's also responsibility of that person who documented everything. So you cannot strictly say no, yes or no. It's not like that. Yes, price is fine. I agree with that. You cannot add more price onto that, but you can at least make sure whatever is missing, that price would cover. That is basic requirement, because you have no right to increase price, and if price is increased, then it should be before bid submission, not after that. And not after that. So that's the point here. So scrutiny of bid is also not that easy as we think. It is professional study, it is professional requirement, that bid study should be done by competent person and keeping appraised circumstances that there might be condoning of provisions, there might be overlooking, and maybe sometimes contractors are in rush due to some overloads. There can be some issues forgotten. I still remember one bid in one of company where bid was all right. Means the price was when they opened, they find a lot of difference in lowest price and their price. Their price is lowest was higher next to lower price. There's a lot difference, and when they came to know that a long cable, electric cable was missed, which costing millions, that owner of contracting company fired that contractor immediately because that service did not take care of this. Well, firing is different. I'm not talking that, but missing is important. How it could be missed? So it's sometimes it is unknown reason or lack of concentration, you can say, or lack of review. No one to review details. There is no list you can use for comparison whether all items have been taken or all items not taken. That's most important before finalizing this. So upon scrutiny of bids, I can say upon scrutiny of bids, company calls bidder. Upon scrutiny of bids, company calls bidder for various clarifications and confirmation that bidder complied with bid provisions, while no deviations from contract and specification would be acceptable to company. Bidder submits all clarifications pertinent availability of material and equipment, with confirmation that all materials involved have been based on current and valid quotations received from vendors. I am saying current and valid quotations, not quotations taken 2 years before, because there is limit of quotation validity. So currently it is valid, and that's why we are taking this into our pricing. Company may require demonstration about bidder's execution. Demonstration about bidder's execution program, and may like to ensure that all risks have been considered by bidder during computing bid price. Company may require demonstration about bidder's executive program or execution program, and we like to ensure that all risks have been considered by bidder during computing bid price. Company may satisfy its doubts. Company may satisfy its doubts by clarifications obtained and conduct meetings in series with bidder for clearly understanding capacity and consistency that bidder has submitted for considerations. Company may also intend to deliberate with bidder about alternative bid submitted by bidder, or try to correspond. Bidder company will also intend to deliberate with bidder about alternative bid submitted by bidder, and try to extract from that degree of value engineering applied on original bid to work out alternative. You got my point. Original bid is there. Also, that person who bid added price on roof, and also you can say price means alternative submission is there. If it is, it's more important, I think, because if you are giving alternative submission, this means you have more knowledge, you have idea on original and you want to refresh that. You can say alternative bid, and because you are submitting alternative bid, you are not charged anything, or you will not charge for that. It's not weight of animal that we are looking at. That point we have to keep in mind very importantly. Now, in case company evaluates alternative bid as certainly better than original bid, it may approve alternative bid for execution. Or else, company would exclusively consider only original bid for purpose of concluding bid to status of EPC contract. After conducting many meetings for complete negotiations with all responsible discipline leaders and all resolutions of contract matters, now we have company communicates to bidder about finalization of bids subject to certain conditions based on technical corrections, and also does not return bids in severe conditions. You see, bid is not easy. First of all, you have to keep in mind it's not easy, it's very difficult. And company communicates to bidder about finalization of bids subject to certain conditions based on technical corrections that should be fulfilled by bidder in a defined duration. Contractor works out and submits responsive details or revises bid price or content or BOQ item rates depending upon query raised by company. Now, contractor also works out what is especially required for clarity by company. Now, relevant documents are submitted for further review by company. Company may demand Company may demand performance bond of requisite sum from contractor per bid conditions. Once company is fully satisfied with bid and capacity exhibited by bidder, company would issue an appointment letter to bidder designating it as EPC prime contractor with given scope of work. A date would be fixed on this intent letter for EPC contractor designate to enter into a contract agreement with company in a company for bid project, and date of commencement of project execution is fixed immediately. Or with company. So your technical bid is successful, EPC contractor is instructed to propose mobilization plan for approval and mobilize site, temporary infrastructure and camp infrastructure. So EPC contractor is instructed to propose mobilization plan for approval and mobilize site temporary infrastructure and camp infrastructure for contract conditions. Hence, All right. So we go further. Just understand what company does after award, post award. What has company to do? That's also a very important point you have to understand, because it's not contract alone. It is responsible for project. Company prime responsibility and obligation are to push, surveillance and control all operations conducted by EPC contractor. Company prime responsibility and obligation are to push, surveillance and provide internal SSC policy. Investor. Now, now we say company prime responsibility and obligations are to push surveillance and control all operations conducted by EPC contractor. Company has to press contractor to submit its master schedule or level 1 schedule within 14 days of contract commencement day. It can be more depending on understanding and agreement, but usually 14 days or little more are often accepted practical time, because nobody would do immediately. All know contractor knows about programs of this, and also designs have been reviewed. What designs are intact. Future level called schedules, future level schedule up to level 5 to be submitted to company in stages as defined or agreed. Further, company has to press contractor to submit 21 days to 90 days look ahead schedule on a weekly basis, so that progress monitoring may be effective. Vendor services. Then company has to insist contractor to watch soil investigation and geographical investigation activities, operations, vendor services, subcontracts without wasting any single day. Since these investigations would support all foundation activities adversely or progressively, company has to fix various meetings such as weekly, monthly, quarterly, and also depending on work progress on site, progress of design engineering in design office. These are very general requirements. Company has to fix various meetings such as weekly, monthly, quarterly. Then we come to EPC part, EPC contractor. EPC ultimately is responsible for everything, for every part of contract. It is a parallel activity, that is designs. It's a parallel activity that should be conducted by contractor without using its in-house design division or using its alliance for designs. Then we go to designs and further feedback. All feedback is provided to alliance partners, engineers with complete need necessary contact documents. In general, contract price is alternate. Then all feedback is provided to alliance partners, engineers with complete necessary contact documents. Now, it is a parallel activity that should be carried out either with way to yeah. Now see if feedback is necessary provided to finance matters, last and and now guest now go to in general designers in alliance are considered lead partners on EPC contractors. Then all designs and post designs classifications are obtained from them as work technical or engineering clarifications and instructions. Oh. After that, now designers carry out complete designs related to engineering activity on contract project. Designers submit to company engineer all designs for approvals and then dictator will be ready for alternatives. As we review a rare, it's not necessary plans same and foundations also same everywhere, not possible. We have to do hard work on designs and theory. Alright, in general, designs and alliance are considered lead partner on EPC contract. All designs and post-design clarifications are obtained from them as work technical or engineering clarifications and instructions. Designers carry out complete designs related to all engineering activity on contract projects. Designers submit to company engineer all designs for approvals and then distribute accordingly to all related offices such as execution office and company engineer's office or elsewhere if so required. All revisions on designs are made by alliance design engineers throughout currency of contracts. All site queries are responded by designers. Continuous interaction is effected between designers located wherever on globe and site design engineers, though through contract currency and event for submission drawings at closure of project. All changes made on site are conducted under approval from designers and accordingly red lines are marked on such changes which are incorporated into as-built drawings for purpose of future reference during plant maintenance. All changes made on site conducted under approval from designers and accordingly red lines are marked. Alright, all changes made on site are conducted under approval from designers and accordingly red lines are marked on such changes which are incorporated into as-built drawings for purpose of future reference during plant maintenance. Designers call all days, keep in touch with company engineer for various purposes of designs and also for various purposes to select vessels and equipments related to project process and fields. While second change. Then you can say such professional interaction, designers all days keep in touch with company engineer for various purpose of designs and also for various purposes to select vessels and equipments related to project process, trains and related foundations. Such such professionals interaction between APC designers and company engineer is very significant for progress and contract project. What happens in certain cases? The designs are altered at 11th hour of pouring concrete due, due to due to stress on concrete that was produced by engineering. Such then life camping preparations. Life camping preparations, which is also a very important part towards the student. Then what to do? A camp, a suitable camp layout is prepared for is prepared for required number of residents, including staff and workers. Permission to be obtained from authorities and other company to commence with camp construction. Camp may be located within a municipality or statutory authority demarcation limits. Preparation for this camp to be conducted in a professional manner. Camp must be provided healthy and suitable porta cabins type sets of rooms provided with toilets and electricity along with air conditioners. And then prepares for this live camp to be conducted in a professional manner. Camp must provide healthy and stable portable cabins type set of rooms, provided with toilets and AnnexSL along with air conditioners. Access to all rooms should be impeccable and circulation be free. No water from rain should stagnate in camping areas. Reception gate guard room should be located at entry gate. Messing facilities should be provided depending on nationalities. Washing and laundering should be provided for all personnel. Common toilets and common bathing activities will depend on how big structure one we have. And then common toilets and common bathing areas should be provided for workforce with continuous water supply. Water tankers should deliver water to camp overhead tanks and reservoirs at ground if provided. Recreation centers, common rooms with television facilities should be provided on all around government. Or no, areas should be left for buses. Adequate ground should be left open for games, play purposes, uh, such as football, tennis, etc. And area should be left for buses. Parking, cars parking, equipment and machine parking. Fire prevention and suppression measures should be provided all along. A modern technology based operation. Arrangements should be made for waste disposal, swimming and then you can say arrangements should be made for waste disposal meeting environmental requirements and statutory regulations. Arrangements should be prepared for doing less important. And then you can say fire prevention suppression measures should be provided all along, and all arrangements should be prepared for dust hazard prevention so that dust does not lift and fly into air. Arrangements should be made for wastewater disposal, water meeting environment requirements, and statutory regulations. All precautions should be resorted to prevent all other hazards, mishaps due to toxic materials. Areas should be demarked for assembly when emergency alarm is blown or buzzed. Messages should be provided. Message should be provided with full level fire prevention and fire suppression equipment. And then, you know, you can say, again I say, all precautions should be resorted to prevent all other hazards, mishap due to toxic materials. Area should be demarked for assembly when emergency alarm is blown or buzzed. Message should be provided with full level fire prevention and fire suppression equipment. Accommodation should be provided with, with fire extinguishing equipment. No accommodation should be allowed to cooking facility. All persons have to depend on messing for purpose of food and breakfast all days during contract until workforce is demobilized to other sites. Site preparations. Site preparation, a very important point. Site preparation. What is that? We have to understand. It is to be understand what is that. Site preparation. Site where we have to work is natural before we do anything there. Completely natural. Of course, it's fielded. Yes, by people. After all, what is that? Why we call site preparation? A lot of commencement operations are required to be effected by the EPC contractor in very short span of time. Applying to obtain commencement work permit from operating authority in case it is a requirement by law, and if it's not, conducting site surveys and security fencing work, conducting approval of soil investigation and geographical laboratory, and award it to commence with its work. Applying to commence engineer, applying to company engineer to select locations for drilling boreholes for site investigation purposes. Submitting existing survey level, profiles of all areas with project battery limits. Removal of all soft and clay soil from all area. Obtaining approval of soil samples. Applying now removal of all soft and clay soil from all areas. Obtaining approval of soil samples for soil to be imported from burrow pits or elsewhere. Obtaining soil samples for full range testing by laboratory. Submission of test results including all attribute limits, water content, void, etc. Carrying out granular graded fill to define ground level in layers and compaction by heavy earth moving machine. Once all areas which would accommodate structure are and we can say carrying out granular graded fill to defined ground level in layers and compaction by heavy earth moving machines. Once all area which would accommodate structures is filled and compacted to define profiles, site is ready to be turned as site preparation fill. What is that? Once all areas which would accommodate structural fill or structures is filled and compacted to define profiles, site is ready to be termed as site preparation fill. Access roads from camp to site must be made good and pliable with slow speed. For access road from main road to site should also be made surfaced with bitumen for smooth flow of traffic with heavy duty requirements with axle load up to 10 to 20 tons. Access road to site from camp, if not surface, should be kept watered weekly to prevent dust hazards. Site office installations. Company offices for engineers and supporting staff be provided with complete furnishing and sanitary and water supply facilities. Adequate conference area and rest area should be allowed in these offices. These should have reception counters, document control areas supporting engineers offices, engineers officer, kitchen, etc. Adequate car parking shed should be provided for desired number of cars. All required other furniture and special services should be provided in designated rooms. Administrative support staff should be regularly provided if it is a condition within contract. Beverages and refreshment should be allowed to these offices if its requirement is constituted within contract scope. Components on such plant facility project. You can say components on such plant facility project. Process area, non-process area, control area, electrical substations in all areas, administration area, warehousing, road network in all areas, utilities and underground services, external interconnections and many more. Plant site comprises various components as listed below. Very important list. Vessels, foundations duly housed in. Equipment foundations duly protected of course. Control building, operation buildings, electric substations, electric requirements. You say vessel foundations duly housed in, equipment foundations duly protected, control building operations building, electrical substations, cathodic protections critical and non-critical, centrally controlled remotely, pipe racks for overhead run of process piping, administration building, amenities building, warehouse building, firefighting building, consumer station, gatehouses with controlled entry, underground piping and utilities piping, electrical duct banks, a water basin with pump house, integrated cooling water pipe for pipeline, source from shore, firefighting pipeline network all over plant area, underground pipes, crossings, overhead pipes, crossings, stormwater disposal system all over, with catch basins and swell, oily water collection and disposal system, acid water collection and disposal system, electric cable network underground and external interconnections, hard work and cold work, CCTV networks, SCADA installation, instrument pumping yard at sea, security fencing of various designs and classes, and classes depending on location, roads or entire plant, street lights all over, concrete paving, landscape both soft and hard, wherever required, direction signs all over in plant areas, direction signs in buildings. Let me repeat this list, this important list for your reference. Vessels foundations duly housed in, equipment foundations duly protected, control building, operation building, electrical substations, cathodic protections critical and non-critical, centrally controlled remotely, pipe racks, overhead run of process piping, administration building, amenities building, warehouse building, firefighting building, consumer station, gatehouses with control entry, underground piping and utility pipings, electrical duct banks, seawater basin with pump house, integrated cooling water pipelines, the source from shore, plant areas, underground pipe crossings, overhead pipe crossing, stormwater disposal system all over, catch basins and swale, oily water collection and disposal system, acid water collection and disposal system, electric cable network, underground and analyze, analyze yourself, stand, wait. Then oily water collection and disposal system, electric cable network, underground and external interconnections, hot work with cold work, CCTV network, SCADA installation, instruments, pumping yard at sea, security fencing of various designs and classes, depending on location, roads, and also entire plant, street lights all over, concrete paving, landscape, both soft and hard, wherever required, direction signs all over, in plant area, direction signs in buildings, and many more. Specific details related to components. Specific details related to components. Meanwhile, we have to discuss these details for understanding some better, sometimes to understand something before moving forward. Oh. Now, specific details related to components. Buildings located in process areas are designed as blast resistant structures with all RCC elements from foundation to roof slab, including structural walls. Blast doors are provided to all such buildings. Control building is provided with complete RCC envelope with just entries and exits. At least 2 hours fire resistance is provided to all such structures. Buildings located in non-process areas are designated as blast resilience structures with structures in RCC elements from foundation to roof slab. Walls are provided in concrete blocks duly reinforced and cavities filled in. Buildings located in all other areas not directly affected by explosion, direct or indirect effects are designed with normal parameters. We remind that from process area to more than 600 meters, locations are blast free. Process area to more than 600 meters, locations are blast free, while between 200 to 600 meters are blast resilient and up to 200 meters are blast resistant structures. In process area and you take 200 meters circle, it is blast resistant structures. In first 200 meters, then you go up to 600 meters, means 200 to 600 meters, which are blast resilient, and if then you go further, more than 600 meters location are blast, you can say free, non-blast you can say. So from process area to 200 meters are blast area, up to 600 meters blast resistant area, resilient and more than 600 meters of blast free area. Even fire vapor formation is always prone to blast areas. Even fire vapor formation is always prone in blast areas, which can lead to plant fire depending on air pressure build-up and temperature impacts. All electric substations are provided with fire walls, utilities and piping, ductile iron pipes, concrete pipes, FRP, GRP pipes are required for main networks for water supplies, for cooling plant equipment purposes, using seawater basin at intermediate locations from where water is supplied to plant areas and to which water is supplied from seashore. A drinking water network is also provided in many plants that draw water from a specific source and distribute to all areas on plant. Electrical duct bank Electrical duct bank embedding cable ducts within concrete are provided all over cabling, all over cabling areas around plant, which carry all cables required on plant use and duly interconnected to main power cable feeder. You can say electrical duct bank embedding cable ducts within concrete are provided all over cabling areas around plant, which carry all cables required on plant use and duly interconnected to main power cables feeder. Plant is given a network of all underground services in various orders to various orders, which is complicated one, but clashes are avoided at all levels. It has been seen that many hundreds manholes are installed on entire plant for underground services use. Soil is provided on entire site, running at roads, bombs, catching rainwater from all over plant area and thereafter conveying to an open reservoir called lagoon, and also transported to outfall chamber if so desired. Excavated independent footings, combined footings, strip footings. All foundations are provided with concrete protection horizontally and vertically below ground. All portions, above ground portions, are provided with above ground concrete surface protection. Protection board is provided to membranes below ground levels. Various types of soil fill are provided, such as engineered fill, structural fill, general fill, sand fill, etc. Graded slabs are provided to buildings ground level, water without cellar or basement. Graded slabs are provided to buildings ground level without cellar or basements. Buildings are provided with structural framing covering all levels. In some buildings, structures provided, such as stores, garages, etc., which sometimes floor in RCC or other structural steel framing, but all foundations in RCC. Foundations are provided with heavy foundations. Foundations are with heavy concrete foundation or heavy concrete, keeping minimum size of member more than 800 mm. Means it is thick element. Rotating compressors are provided on tabletop foundations, which is a heavy structure, which is made heavy structure, counted heavy structure with massive substructures, blocks, thick columns with steel inserts and thick tabletops. Substructure massive foundation is poured in one go, treated with thermal curing method. Formwork is removed only days after which curing period is over. Annular space between compressor base plate and tabletop surface is grouted with epoxy based mortar since it is a rotating equipment. Another space between stationary equipment base plate and foundation surfaces is grouted with cement based chemical mortar since it is a stationary equipment. Tabletop is housed in a structural steel building with profiled sheeting roof. No roofing led by torch application is permissible. All structures are provided with resistance to a magnitude 160 km per hour wind flow considered at height of 10 meters from ground. All structures are provided with wind resistance to a magnitude say 160 km per hour wind flow considered at height of 10 meters from ground. Fire consideration should be made very wisely to avoid collapse since during fire hazards at more than 500 degrees Celsius concrete starts losing its strength, to resist which reduced section work concept must be applied in designs. Street lights, generally 12 meters and 18 meters height, are installed which require at least 1 meter into 1 meter into 1 meter size of foundations of footings with PVC duct embedded in concrete. Firefighting is considered a very significant installation since it protects plants from its hazards. Its pressurized network is required around whole processes area in form of closed rings. Areas which are able to be sealed internally, energen gases, areas which are able to be sealed internally, energen gas system is provided indoors. Assembly areas are marked all over plants for purpose of head count and evacuation during fire emergency. Computer rooms areas are provided with raised flooring system, particularly in control building. Site team. Site team comprises of construction related personnel under leadership of construction and project manager. Method statements are prepared for each activity or operation in details for purpose of review by quality division, thereafter by project manager, and finally by company. Project manager of EPC must ensure that all construction method statements are prepared and approved. Method statements, very important point, are prepared for each activity or operation in details for purpose of review by quality division, thereafter by project manager, and finally by company. Project manager of EPC must ensure that all construction method statements are prepared and approved much ahead of carrying out respective activity operations so as no delays caused to project. Method statement should give complete direction to all those who are responsible for carrying out works and those who would verify and surveillance as well, those who would ensure safety arrangements being intact. No work is allowed for prosecution in absence of related method statement. On projects as such, there could be many hundred method statements for which a list should be prepared by EPC project manager for purpose of appraisal by company, so that unnecessary statements are not proposed for approval where repetitions are involved for activities. Quality division must have prepared its inspection documents in advance and have them approved by company so as not to contribute to time wastage. Similarly, safety team have produced its methods as well as its safety plan for various significant and general operations for approval by company. All works are done in conformance to designs. All works are done in conformance to designs, specifications, and in line to approved method statements, as well as direction provided by manufacturer or product. Then all verification inspections proposed. All works are done conforms to design specifications in line to approve method statements as well as direction provided by manufacturer product. All verifications inspections are proposed by site team to quality personnel for approval and for further approval by company. No work should be carried out without inspection, for which inspection is required according to agreed procedures. In case of non-conformance to procedures or to failure adhering to specifications, non-conformance reports are issued by quality manager requiring remedial measures proposed by site team. Site team then submits its remedial proposal, which is carried out after being approved by company engineer. Once inspection is effected on remedial measures, non-conformance report is closed. Inspections will be done for all disciplines in line to coded provisions as well as set procedures or per agreed method statements related to quality part. All pipelines laid require testing per specifications and therefore should not be backfilled around and without completion of required testing in first place or first fix. All foundations should be inspected finally prior to being backfilled and recorded as inspection of completed foundation. All materials to be included permanently on works should be sent for testing in accordance with demand in specifications and report submitted by project manager to company engineer. Testing related to all materials whatsoever in all disciplines should be conducted in accordance to specification requirements. All suspended slabs should be allowed, and centering and shuttering in compliance to manufacturer's design of formwork supporting system, which must be on drawings considering into calculations all structural parameters such as shear force and bending moment and deflections. This drawing is produced by third party who supplies supporting system and would inspect as third party site works of supports for support fitness certification, authenticating concrete pour above support. But this certification is applicable to system fitness only. I repeat, this drawing is produced by third party who supplies supporting system and would inspect as third party site works of supports for support fitness certification, authenticating concrete pour above support, but this certification is applicable to system fitness only. Similarly, all drawings are produced for all heavy element formworks by a third party and certification obtained as aforesaid. All scaffolding used for RCC elements related work should be structural scaffold, not otherwise. All equipment used on site works should be duly calibrated and perfectly in working order, while preference should be given to electrical operated machines. All housing equipment which such as mobile cranes must be third party certified and duly valid on days of working. All precautions are required to be complied with while operating such equipment. No man should be allowed to use crane buckets for vertical movement. Concrete batching plant should be checked regularly for calibration and corrected to, if so required, frequently. All equipment operators should have valid licenses for machine one operates. When work is carried out on public roads for interconnections, required permit should be obtained from area operating authority. This application for permit requires scheme or plan for traffic diversion during excavation, work to go on road crossing, which method statement should be attached to application documents. Road crossing should be carried out in line to permit conditions and traffic diversions method statement. All electrical works of each fix should be conducted by trained and licensed electricians only. All HVAC works should be carried out by duly trained and experienced technicians. All electrical works of each fix should be conducted by trained and licensed electricians only. All HVAC work should be carried out by duly trained and experienced technicians. HVAC and electrical activities should be carried out in such a way that no clashes between two disciplines as well as with other disciplines should affect, by conducting an early coordination among all disciplines. Brief list of method statements may be unlisted as follows: excavation in trenches in soft soil, excavation in hard soil, excavation for raft foundation, excavation in deep foundations areas such as compressor foundations, excavation for basement and underground structures such as sump, piling in foundation, blinding concrete, foundations in all cases, application of concrete protection, waterproofing below and above ground, backfill all types in foundations and on the floors, grade slab work of RCC slab, RCC columns and RCC walls, RCC suspended slabs with down stands or beams, concrete block walls, plastering and rendering, roofing system, flooring and tiles, marble fixing on walls and floors, raised flooring, dry lining in gypsum and in cement board, suspended ceiling various classes, internal and external paint, GRC works, road works, precast manholes, laying pipelines all types, then road crossings, pipe racks and pipe racks crossings, laying deep GRP pipes, works related to substations, works of electric pole foundations, work of structural steel fabrication and erection, structural steel painting, structural steel decking floors, works of epoxy flooring, RCC buildings in blast areas, landscape work, central control building of complete RCC, quality system list for inspection, excavation, quality systems list for inspection. And what is that? Excavations, blinding concrete, foundations with formwork and reinforcement, waterproofing below and above ground, backfill all types, RCC columns and walls, RCC suspended slabs, pipeline, all types, all services, roofing, structural steelworks, all types of finishes, all types of floorings, roads and landscape. Foregoing list is just for information only, with no reservations. All statements and inspections should be conducted per works requirement only. Operations got no limit, which depends on project requirements and degree of accuracy applied. All changes made on site works deviating from drawings with and you can see all changes made on site works deviating from drawings with formal approval should be recorded as red lines, and contract drawings updated according for granting as built status. Whatever changes are approved on whatever documents or specifications or else should be accorded as red lines for as built conversion. At works completion of whatever area, all documents are prepared as built for submission to company as dossiers. Pre-commissioning should be commenced with by joining inspection by all leaders from all disciplines. Punch list should be prepared and notified for corrective actions. After corrections are made, punch list is cleared. All documents related to work, quality approvals and other records should be submitted as dossiers to company engineer meeting contract requirements. Similarly, all areas should be closed with dossiers for purpose of performance testing and commissioning. Performance testing and commissioning is effective for whole plant, and if for duration of a specified specified testing remains successful, approval is granted, or else retesting is done for performance. Once all checks and performance testing is completed, mechanical completion certificate for related areas or for whole plant can be released by company engineer. Once mechanical completion is granted, maintenance period, defect liability period commences with immediately post date of mechanical completion. Performance evaluation, which is monitoring, measurements, analysis and evaluation, internal audit, management review, and points to consider are: management requires to decide about internal audit to ensure compliance of management study systems, final review by management to ensure its compliance, and whether or not system works suitable, adequately and effectively. Construction operations are monitorable and measurable for purpose of further analysis and earned value. EPC project is a complex process to deal with performance measurement and evaluation. Measurement is conducted for all divisions such as designs, procurement, planning, quality, execution, etc. in all respects. Monitoring, measurement, analysis and evaluation is a defined process. Monitoring, measurement, analysis and evaluation is a defined process. which requires to be conducted both by internally advised leaders. Got it? Monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation is the defined process which requires to be conducted both by internally deployed management as well as defined schedules by external third-party audit authorities. And measurement is conducted for all divisions such as designs, procurement, planning, quality, execution, etc. in all respects. From time to time at defined intervals by internal divisions of quality and external agencies, which submit respective observations which are complied with in all regards, and further course on quality modification is effected. Foregoing described observations recorded by both internal and external auditors, which noting and instructions should be entirely reviewed by top management leaders. Top leaders then require to decide degree of compliance of current system and what steps should be required to be taken to make it fully compliant, and also what degree of value engineering can be inducted onto existing system for further successful completions. Whatever system is followed should be maintained and upgraded according to evolved new requirement, which be conducted without whatever constraints and upgradation affected as and when necessary. Then improvement, non-conformity and corrective actions. Continual improvement points for considerations. In changing business environment, process and objectives vary. To meet which requirement, continual monitoring, evaluation and improvements are a must. As I stated earlier, that technologies keep on changing as well as business environment, which makes it incumbent upon organizations to keep pace with market so as to be at required standard mark. This requires review of non-conformities, resorting to corrective action for charting out corrective actions. Such making and involving keeps system frequently updated, and all involved personnel continue, learn and update. Lessons. All leaders require share improvement responsibilities all time at currently running projects, and adopt as lessons learned on future projects as past or historical references. All mistakes, defects and non-compliances should be freely recorded without any hesitation and notified all such learning to all key personnel and leaders to adopt these lessons on future operations as references. Research should be made on all such operations to understand various ways to further avoid repetitions related to such work, errors and oversight. Major documents: EPC contract documents, company instructive documents, company organization chart, company directives, company standard specifications and designs, EPC project schedule agreed with company's engineer and owner, EPC's contract drawings, EPC's contract specifications, EPC execution method statement, significant method statement, shop and working drawings, national codes all disciplines, international codes all disciplines, national annexes all related to codes, nationally determined parameters all related to codes, published documents all related to codes and requirements, DAB if applies with details of procedures and members on panels and schedule for hearing of a general inspection. Other significant policy documents from company and from organization. Record of lessons learned by EPC contractor from past works. Records of lessons learned by company from past works. Once again I repeat, main documents, EPC contract documents, company intrusive instructive documents, company organization chart, company directives, company standards, specifications and designs, EPC project schedule agreed with company's engineers, owner, EPC contract drawings, EPC contract specifications, EPC execution method statements, significant method statements, shop working drawings, national codes, all disciplines, international codes, all disciplines, national annexes, all related to codes, nationally defined parameters, all related to codes, published documents, all related to codes requirements, DAB if applies with details of procedures and members on panel and schedule for hearing or for general inspection. Other significant policy documents from company and from organization, records of lessons learned by EPC contractors from past works, records of lessons learned by company from past works. And you can say improvement. I again see this is an important part. As I stated earlier that technologies keep on changing as well as business environment, which makes it incumbent upon organization to keep pace with market so as to be at required standard mark. This requires a review of non-conformities, resorting to corrective actions for charting out corrective actions. Such making and evaluating keeps system frequently updated, and all involved personnel all in all personnel continue to learn and update. All leaders require share improvement responsibilities all times currently running projects and adopts as lessons learned on future projects as past or historical references. All mistakes, defects and non-compliances should be freely recorded without any hesitation and notified. All such learning to all key personnel and leaders to adopt these lessons on future operations as references. Research should be made on all such operations to understand various ways to further avoid repetitions related to such work, errors and oversights. So what we are learning now is different, and we are learning astonishingly different. It is about EPC, which is brilliant system, brilliant in the sense that it's widened, big widened, and there is no way we can escape from this. No way. We have to live with this on all major projects. There is no way out that we can escape or we can get rid of this on mega plants. Being an engineer, it's very important document. Everything is immersed in that, and if you can, have a grip of this document, well, I think even though you have not worked on such projects, but you must have an idea how it works. It's very important talk. It's very important talk, I think, from point of view of engineering and construction. There is no other way out. We have to understand this format, that is AnnexSL for EPC. It has taken many talks because of its length and involving multi-level standards, and also involving certain plants facilities, of course buildings. This is very important for advancement of engineering contractorship, because without contractors engineering cannot stand, design cannot stand, and EPC includes designs. It includes much more than other independent designs. EPC means multi types of designs, all classes of designs, and even including risk designs of blast and fire protection, blast designs, fire designs, industrial steel, structural steel, concrete, residential as well as non-residential, heavy foundations as well as light foundations, infrastructural services. Of course not high rise in this, but designs of all classes are available, and in some ways you can say design of soil also required in this case. What percent is how many percent, how to mix that, we discussed long back that one. So we can say that I'm browsing this page, which is just for your reference. No need of browsing, because just to let you know what we have gone through on this page, this file of EPC buildings. Very important, this one, if you consider that way. And if you consider it's waste of time, well, your choice. You are free to think whatever way. There is no hard and fast system for this. I am doing my help, giving my help to you, giving my help to you for your early learning. But I know early learning is also not easy without exposure to practical work. And if you are not interested in that, nobody can help you. That's also true. Nobody can help you, and if you want something to do that way, it's fine. You can, and if you don't want, there is no problem. But you should say there's no problem at all. But you should understand that life moves on. It goes on. People learn, people do, and they keep on doing. It's up to their interest and up to interest of everybody. Now, if you don't do, you cannot say. If you do, it's fine. Means it's fine. And if you are not doing, you are not doing means your choice. What can I say? It is profession, it is service, it is public development, national and international development. It's your augmentation of knowledge. If you are getting some information without being practical, but I know it's difficult to digest, understand. Exposure is very important in engineering, and without exposure, I'm sure we cannot say anything, nothing can move. It's very significant that one must have exposure, and that exposure comes out from real world of engineering. Until you get that, you cannot do something. That's a question of opportunity. Chance your project, which project you have, or you're sitting on in office to do designs, or sitting just for planning or something else. Exposure is exposure. For sub-discipline, it is all discipline. Examples of this file like EPC project, where I think nothing is left. Every sub-discipline is required to be incorporated on this project of facilities type, which is called EPC contracting for facilities, where thousands of people work, and hundreds of personnel in safety, in construction, in quality, in administration, in general administration and specific administration. In the field, there's you cannot say anything, but it's like learning in the field. Really, it's very much, it's very much, I can say, no answer to that. It has no answer to that. It is learning and learning and learning. You can say learning and learning and learning. No way otherwise. No one can defy, no one can say anything. Learning is learning is learning. If you cannot, I can't help it. And if you can, I am helping you. You learn. Maybe it's not descriptive that much, but pointed it is. And if you go and see other past videos where you see it's very boring, I'm telling you, it's very, very boring. It's very boring, really boring, and there's no way out. Well, fine, I'm now going to close this because already 4 hours gone, and I don't want to bore you for everything here. So I would take your thanks, and I will give my thanks, your thanks, because I should say mutual thanks better. I'm thanking you for your time, and I appreciate your interest that you may take. No, you are not available online, but you may take interest to know more and more, and that is very much appreciable, conducive, inducive, encouraging, and I know that you want to spend time on this. It's up to you. No force exists to stop you. Thank you very much.